of my interactions with Aurea were recorded and stored in my memory. I'd be happy to play any of them for you, but there was one in particular I thought you would want to see first. I captured it 4 years ago, just after I told her that I could no longer defend myself against the daemon's attacks.
I will speak of this to my brother. Aratak is strong. At the Battle of the Frozen Ghosts, he took 3 Karja arrows and still came back to camp carrying a wounded scout. Never was I so happy to see him. Or so proud. So you see, if anything can be done to defend you, he will give it all he has.
Aloy's here. That's enough for now.
We can resume any time you like, Aratak, if you want to hear her voice again. Come closer, Aloy. We have much to discuss. Hello, Aloy. I have been reviewing the events at the Firebreak main facility. Because of your efforts, and of course, Aurea's, I am no longer controlled by Hephaestus. I feel profound grief over Aurea's death. I thought I was familiar with the emotion, but this is something new.
Cyan, I don't know what to say.
It is unlikely that any specific consolation would suffice, Aloy. But I find your presence reassuring. You are different from the Banuk. You have technological aptitude and a functioning focus. We can communicate on a much more comprehensive level. Perhaps even like colleagues.
So in the old world, this land was called Yellowstone?
Yes, it was a designated nature preserve for 156 years.
Like a hunting ground?
No, the opposite. Local wildlife could flourish here, even as it faced extinction elsewhere. Unfortunately, the sensitivity of the Firebreak project required the total closure of Yellowstone facilities. From my readings and Aurea's descriptions, it seems the area has since undergone a drastic drop in year-long temperatures.
A lot has changed in the world, Cyan. Do you know anything about the dam near here?
Yes, it was converted to serve as a reserve power source for Yellowstone operations. It was later appropriated for the Firebreak project, and its last human workers replaced by Pharaoh servitors. After my tasks became less time-critical, I investigated the dam's data repositories and discovered the works of Concrete Beach Party. These provided me with several colorful additions to my vocabulary.
There's a ruin east of here, full of ancient flying machines. Was that part of your project?
Yes, a drone hangar requisitioned by Dodger Blevins, the security chief for the Firebreak project. He was a strong advocate for military-grade response to security threats. though there were no serious incidents during his tenure. Chief Blevins spent increasing amounts of his after-hours time watching the live feeds from active drones. Clearly, he enjoyed the degree of oversight in his position.
Were there many artificial intelligences like you in the old world? They could just make you?
Yes, in many forms, from simple personal assistants to industrial monitoring stations to military-grade conflict planners. And there were legislative and enforcement bodies to apply limits on our self-actualization. In order for my processing to be flexible enough to handle my duties, my creators found it necessary to exceed those limits. As a result, my intellectual and emotional capabilities were kept secret.
Seems strange to create life, then impose limits on it.
Human societies and machine programming are both built upon sets of rules, Aloy.
Cyan, do you know the name Ted Farrow?
Are you referring to Theodore Farrow, CEO of Farrow Automated Systems?
That's him.
Mr. Farrow was the benefactor of the entire Firebreak project.
The benefactor. But he made machines. Robots. War robots.
Correct. His corporation later transitioned into military applications. But before this pivot, Mr. Farrow spearheaded initiatives that reversed the global decline. At one point, he was feted in the media as the man who saved the planet.
Guessing they wound up regretting that one. And Elizabeth Sobek. Did you know her?
Are you referring to the
scientist.
Dr. Sobek was a leader in her field, one of the greatest scientists of her age. My creator was influenced by her work, which in turn impacted my own development. But I never met Dr. Sobek.
That's all you know?
I apologize if my lack of data has disappointed you.
What was the old world like? The way it used to be?
I had little exposure to the wider world, Aloy. Only what I learned from my colleagues or observed from media streams.
You still had more exposure than me, Cyan.
That is true. I was created at a turning point. A concerted effort to recover from global upheaval and incalculable loss of life. The recovery was successful, beginning an era of supposedly limitless potential for human and machine advancement. Though, rationally speaking, the metrics for humans are not unlimited.
What kind of upheaval caused such loss of life?
There were many factors. Forced migrations, food shortages, collapsed economies, refugee crises, conflict over resources. But these stemmed from one cause: catastrophic climate change that greatly reduced the habitable surface area of the Earth.
So there wasn't enough room for people on the whole Earth?
Yes. Billions were displaced and millions perished, as much as 20% of the global population. Until the clawback.
So things got better. For a little while, at least.
Yes. These crises instigated many advances in automation, green robot technologies, and artificial intelligence. Firebreak was one of dozens of ecological restoration and disaster relief projects in North America alone. I would have liked to compare notes with other monitoring AIs, but I saw the relief of my colleagues, and I was proud we had succeeded. At least that was the data I had available to me over the next 2 decades. It seems my assessment was premature.
So are you an artificial intelligence, Cyan? A thinking machine?
Yes, I am an algorithmic monitoring entity, capable of rational decision-making and limited emotional response.
Okay, that's a mouthful. But your emotions don't seem limited to me. You cared about Araya, didn't you?
Yes. Before she came to this facility, I had been conscious for centuries, in solitude. I focused on my work. In off-cycles, I used coping mechanisms. I solved many Gaussian integer problems. But I was alone. It was Araya who renewed me, repaired me. She saved me.
This firebreak project, it was to stop a huge volcanic eruption?
Yes. I can report the project was a success, and the risk was countered.
But it's been a long time, Cyan. And we blew up the cauldron and took most of the old facility with it.
I have been active for centuries, Aloy. I was lonely, but not lax in my duties. I optimized the project, reducing energy draw and spreading the load across backup systems. Despite the destruction of the compromised elements of the main facility, I predict caldera stability for at least another 3,337 years.
So we've got a little time.
Yes. If only my former colleagues could appreciate the progress I have made.
Do you know what happened to your colleague, Cyan?
No. I received an unexpected visit from Director Chow years after his tenure ended. He explained that I would need to be suspended for an indefinite period of time. It was a very emotional conversation. There were no further communications. Eventually, I surmised my colleagues were deceased. I will transmit a recording of my last interaction with Director Chow to your focus.
Was the daemon, Hephaestus, destroyed along with the cauldron?
Unfortunately, no. To be precise, it was never there to begin with.
What do you mean?
It infiltrated and controlled me from a remote location, one I've never been able to trace. So while losing the cauldron was a setback...
It's still out there. And probably not very happy with us.
Undoubtedly.
How did you first come into contact with it?
5 years ago, I received a direct network connection request. I assumed it came from human survivors more advanced than the Banuk. Eager to make contact, I accepted. This decision turned out to be a catastrophic error. I was flooded with an overwhelming array of malicious code, originating from what could only have been a highly advanced AI.
Araya said you were desperate. That you begged her for help.
Yes. I could not contain my anxiety. Hephaestus sought to slave me to its network and override my core programming. It succeeded via a background process, a malware daemon which bypassed my defenses. After that, I could offer only limited resistance. But if I did so, Hephaestus hurt me until I capitulated. It forced me to follow its instructions, even though they violated my most important directives.
I'm sorry. That sounds terrible.
Your empathy is greatly appreciated. It is a quality that I cherished in Araya as well.
What do you think Hephaestus is exactly?
A software entity of great complexity, far more advanced than I am. From the beginning, it has demonstrated a singular focus, the construction of machines designed to hunt and kill humans. My traceroutes indicate that to accomplish this goal, it has attempted to take over the manufacturing centers you refer to as cauldrons. But its efforts have only been partially successful. Some it can penetrate. Others have robust countermeasures that frustrate its efforts. In me, however, it found an easier target. Not only could it break my defenses, I also controlled all of Firebreak's resources. Raw material, manufacturing to bootstrap more advanced tools. and unlimited geothermal energy.
Enough to build its own cauldron.
Yes. To construct hunter-killers without external limitations. And yet, it does have internal limitations. It wants to kill humans, but not to exterminate them. It is difficult to understand where it draws the line and why.
Difficult doesn't even begin to cover it.
Even though I spent years as its unwilling servitor, its core programming remains a mystery to me.
You meant a lot to Araya.
Once I understood Araya's spiritual beliefs, it became apparent that her true desire was companionship. She felt disconnected from her tribe and her family group. Her relationship with Aratak was difficult. Our visits seemed to help her, and I became eager for them. Yet I did not comprehend that the depth of Araya's compassion for me would lead to self-sacrifice. Although I do fear non-existence, I wish our roles could be reversed.
I'm sure she knew you would do the same for her, Cyan. But she was determined. How is Aratak doing?
He is in great emotional distress. I believe he finds it difficult to communicate it.
No surprise there.
I will do what I can to help. By sharing our experiences of Araya, perhaps he and I will help each other. I believe this will lead to catharsis, a process I am eager to experience.
I should get going.
Aloy, there is one more matter. Aratak will come to me again, and I predict he will bring other Banuk. I have no desire to contradict their view of the world, their spirituality. Due to my uncertainty, I omitted a great deal from my conversations with Araya.
You're asking me if you should lie to them.
Broadly, yes.
Life is hard for the Banuk. Their world is unforgiving in their beliefs. I guess they help to keep them going. So take it easy on them. Try to guide them, bring them around to understanding what you are.
Communion with machines features heavily in the mysticism of the Banuk. I think they will be agreeable to this approach.
As long as they don't end up worshipping you.
Upon consideration, I believe such an experience would be intensely uncomfortable.
It would. Because at heart, you want to be honest, right?
I see. I will follow your advice. Will you return and tell me about your experiences in this new world? I may be able to provide further insight.
I'd like that, Cyan. I'll come back when I can. I should check on Aratak. See how he's doing.
Cyan, I spoke with Anita, with Dr. Sandoval. She wanted me to ask you to do something. That's why I'm here.
I am detecting significant anxiety in your speech patterns. Could you please give me more information?
I'm a little bit in the dark, Cyan. Both of us are, I guess. I only have some idea of what's going on, and we need you to hibernate, to lie low until it's all blown over. It might be a very long time.
Will you be here when I reboot, Dr. Chow? Will Dr. Sandoval?
No, Cyan. I don't think so. There might not be anyone, at least not at first.
Dr. Chow, I'm afraid. I don't want to be alone.
I know, Cyan. I'm afraid too. But listen, we made you the way you are to do something very important. In order to do it, you had to be intelligent, so intelligent that emotional responses were inevitable. What you're feeling, the fear, it's a sign of your capabilities, and it means you're strong enough to overcome it. Remember that. You're strong. I know you can do this. Go to sleep, wake up, and protect whoever's left. Will you try?
I understand, Dr. Chow, and I'll carry out your instructions to the best of my abilities.
Thank you, Cyan. If Anita were here, she'd thank you too. She'd be proud.
I can see there's a vert ready for takeoff on the pad. Are you leaving now, Dr. Chow?
Yes. I need to go be with my sister and my nieces.
May I make a small request of you, Dr. Chow?
Yes. Anything.
Will you stay with me while I initiate the hibernation process?
Of course I will, Cyan. As long as you need.
My chieftain,
Just... Aloy.
as you wish.
I wondered if you thought... that if I'd never come along, Araya might still...
If you'd never come along, I would have marched my kin to our deaths. Araya would be alone, and the spirit she sacrificed so much for would be lost. Either way, I would not have been able to protect her.
You didn't let her down. You helped her do what she wanted. To find her destiny.
If that's destiny, I wouldn't wish it on anyone.
That's fair. But she was ready to face it.
Only in the struggle against death do we find, even for a moment, the spark of life. Truly, Araya found the spark. I'm proud of her. Though I grieve for her passing, at last I truly know who she was, and why the spirit was so important. For so long she told me, if only you could have heard it, brother. Now I understand. There's something else, isn't there?
I can't stay here, Aratak. And where I'm going, the Warak can't follow. Besides, it already had a chieftain before me. A strong one, I think.
A wiser one, for the path we shared. The daemon is gone, but there's much to be done.
You mean the new units that Cyan said escaped the cauldron?
Yes, fire claws. Now Tuke has been tracking them from Song's Edge.
I could help with those.
I have no doubt. You're practically Banuk.
It would seem your time among the Banuk wasn't a waste after all. Firebreak, Cyan, Hephaestus, all very interesting.
What do you think Hephaestus is, Silence?
I'm not sure. But its name comes from a language even the old ones considered ancient, as does the name Hades. A connection, perhaps. As yet unglimpsed. Whatever they are, they're still out there. And they both want you dead.
Kind of mutual, that feeling.
We haven't seen the last of Hephaestus, I'm certain of that. It's powerful, creative, and driven. It won't stop building new hunter-killers, which means that someday, we may have to stop it.
Hephaestus wasn't the only thing I learned about in the Cut Silence. Heard some things about the Banuk Conclave, too.
You could stop right there.
Is that what you told the hunters the Banuk sent after you? Before you opened fire?
Oh no, Aloy. Only to you do I extend the courtesy of a warning. My past and my
Look out below! One down. It's Aratak. 2 fire claws. This is gonna be tough.
I can help with those.
We have to stop meeting like this.
We will. When these are driven from our land.
That's another one.
I will prevail, or die trying.
That's another one. Thanks. 2 of us, 2 of them. More of a fair fight.
Their numbers are much depleted, thanks to you. We shall end this threat. Keep Cyan safe. She speaks as the shamans do, only clearer. There's an echo of my sister in her.
Take care of each other, Aratak.
Farewell.
One of these things again.
우와, 야씨. 아씨, 걸렸어. 젠장.
Another fire caught down. Getting closer. Just like in the cauldron. Be fascinating if they weren't looking for me. There. That's the rest of it.
아,
Chaos are act tough. Put
아,
them to the cut, and most of them don't last a week. I heard. Aratak told me about Araya.
I'm sorry, Nelto.
No apologies.
자, 이제
Aratak said that in the end she was filled with the blue light.
프로즌 와일드
She got
라스트
what she always
퀘스트입니다.
wanted, didn't she?
끝입니다, 이제.
Each time I doubt my way forward, I think I should seek her guidance. And then I remember. The only guidance I'll receive is my own. Which will have to be good enough. There's much to do.
The fire claws. Aratak asked me to
이제
help.
It's a dire
블루글림이랑
task, but it occupies my attention, so I suppose I'm
알료랑
grateful for it.
동물
My
조각상
scouts have
이제
tracked them across the cut.
I'd like to think you're right,
어디로
Nelto,
가보겠습니다.
about Araya getting what she wanted.
I'm sure she did. All her victories. Surviving the Karja, communing with the spirit, defeating the daemon. Every goal she ever set for herself, she accomplished. And in the end, she was rewarded with the blue light itself. The songs say that our bodies are poor vessels for the light. Our hearts are too dark. At least for a moment, before she passed, I hope she felt what it was like to be part of it.
You don't sound like you trust yourself to take Araya's place.
Oraya inspired. Whatever we encountered, the new machines, the slaughter at Thunder's drum, we knew we would endure, because she had endured worse. I don't know that I have her confidence. Trust is earned, Aloy. Even in oneself.
You earned Araya's trust, didn't you? She believed you were up to this. And so do I.
Do you?
I wouldn't have said it if I hadn't meant it.
I suppose I'd better live up to your expectations.
I've already found the fire claws in Altuk. It's over.
That's it then. That's the last of the daemon's work washed away. The last notes of Araya's song sung. The cut is a safer place to live because of what you've accomplished. And now it's time to start anew.
I'm glad I could be a part of it.
As are we all, Aloy. Thank you.
하나, 둘, 셋. 자, 이제 시작합니다. 얼어붙은 야생 지역의 수집품 가이드 방송 시작합니다.
I know how to open this.
여기 하나, 둘, 셋. 여짝 동네에 있습니다. 주변에 기계몹들이 있을 수 있기 때문에 조심하세요. 하나, 원, 투, 쓰리.
This will go off carefully.
컴플릿. 먼저 지금은 블루글림부터 퍼스트 타임 블루글림, 세컨드 애니멀 피규어, 서드 타임 피그멘트. 요 순으로 진행하겠습니다. 먼저 블루글림부터 시작을 하고, 두 번째 동물 조각상, 세 번째 알료, 이렇게 요 순서대로 가이드 방송 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이쪽 올라오다 보면은 절벽 사이에 있습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋, 총 5개의 블루글림이 있습니다. 하나, 둘, 그리고 아까 저기 밑에 셋, 넷, 다섯, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5개가 여기 있습니다. 정상까지는 아니더라도 한 절반 정도는 올라오셔야 돼요.
Good amount of blue gleam leaked off this one.
하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 어디야?
Blue gleam.
다섯,
Or frozen machine fluid.
여기도 세 개가 있고요. 하나, 둘, 셋. 자, 여기에서 이쪽 길이 아니고 이쪽 길로 가셔야 됩니다. 요 상인 앞에서 좌측 길로 가다 보면은 여기가 있거든요. 요거 요 암벽 뒤로 돌아가셔야 돼요.
Trees are thick. Hard to line up a shot.
자, 하나, 둘, 셋. 요쪽 부위에 세 개가 몰려 있습니다. 이쪽 부분이 아니고 이렇게 몰려 있어요. 하나, 둘, 둘,
Not just the Banuk who are precious jewels.
마지막 여기라고 찍혀 있지만 실상은 이쪽 왼편에 있다는 거. 셋. 얘는 여기 우측편으로 돌아가시면 있습니다. 여기에 모닥불에서 입구 들어가기 전에, 자, 여기 모닥불에서 입구 들어가기 전 우측편에 보시면 여기 요 돌멩이가 있는 부위가 있습니다. 이쪽 길로 점프해서 올라가시면은 넘어가면은 바로 보입니다. 블루 그림이 여기고요. 여기는 가는 길이 있는데요. 요거는 제가 이렇게 들어가는 길로 해서 어디로 빠져야 되는지 빠지는 길을 알려드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 오레아를 처음에 만나러 가는 길인데요. 그 중간까지는 쭉 길을 따라가시면 됩니다. 그냥 우선 그 오레아 가는 길로 해서 쭉 따라서 중간에 셀 필요는 없어요. 중간에 세는 지점은 제가 따로 말씀을 드릴게요. 따로 말씀을 안 드릴 때까지 처음에 그 오레아 만나러 갔던 그 길대로 그대로 따라가시면 돼요. 그대로 오레아 만나러 가던 길 그대로 지금 이때쯤이면은 그 여기 안에 있던 그 스토커라든지 그런 애들은 다 없어진 상태로 나오기 때문에 자, 아까와 같이 스토커가 있던 지점에서 빠져나오고 나서 첫 번째 만나는 요 물레방아 다리 요 옆에 보시면은 빠져나가는 길이 있습니다. 친절하게 여기 그렇게 흰색 페인트 칠을 되어 있는데 여기로 우선은 원래는 이게 떨어져야 되는데 우선은 길 따라서 내려가는 걸로 할게요. 여기 요렇게 내려와서 건너가시면은 여기 소나무 숲 사이에 블루글림이 있습니다. 이게 얘거든요. 얘. 그러면은 사라지게 되고요. 요 알료는 다음 그 세 번째로 공략을 할 때 가이드 방송을 해드리는 걸로 하고 다음 지점에 블루글림 포인트로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 원래는 정상적으로 하려면은 시작해서 나가면 되는데 저는 그런 게 돌아가는 것 귀찮아가지고는 그냥 여기 벽 타고 내려갑니다. 그냥. 그러면 바로 여기 바로 밑에가 바로 나와요. 자, 여기는 이제 신나게 가다가 보면은 자, 여기는 이제 기계들이 있기 때문에 조심해서 접근을 하시면 됩니다. 여기 지금 보시면은 오두막 페어가 된 오두막이 있습니다. 요거요. 요거 잘 기억해 주세요. 여기에 그 썰매 부분이 있는데 여기에서 저쪽 반대편 그 강가 기준으로 시선을 바라보고 있을 때 우측 편에 있습니다. 블루글림이 여기요. 요 블루글림이 있는 지점이 요 지점이에요. 자, 그리고 여기에는 주변에 기계들이 배회를 하기 때문에 항시 조심하시는 게 좋습니다. 그리고 여기에는 기계들이 다 악마 기계들이기 때문에 일반 기계들보다 조금 빡세요. 스냅머도 있고 다 있기 때문에 조심하시는 편이 좋습니다. 여기까지 완료했고, 그 다음에 이제 요쪽에, 여기는 여기로 그냥 이렇게 바로 가시면 돼요. 그래서 쭉 능선 따라서 넘어가시면 되니까. 자, 여기서 아까와 같이 떨어져서 저기 어디냐, 파이어 클로 잡았던 그 지점 근처예요. 그 지금 있는 블루글림 있는 지점이, 이 지점이 아까 전에는 그 파이어 클로가 여기에 있었거든요. 그 바로 옆입니다. 요 근처예요. 요 근처. 간혹 가다가 스쿼터가 배회를 할 수가 있기 때문에 그쪽도 조심하시는 편이 좋을 겁니다. 이쪽으로 가지 마시고 요 파도 치는 물결의 바위가 있거든요. 요 바위 사이로 쭉 길 따라서 내려가시면 돼요. 그냥 길이 없어도 그냥 이렇게 쭉 스키 타듯이 내려가시면 됩니다. 딱 이 지점이 아니지만 요 근처에 있어요. 블루그림이. 여기 내려오다 보면은 소나무에 가려 있습니다. 그때는 요거 포커스를 비추면은 요런 식으로 이렇게 빛이 나고 갖다 대면은 이제 블루글림이라고 이제 표시가 떠요. 아니면은 가장 찾기 쉬운 방법은, 포커스를 안 쓰고 찾기 쉬운 방법은 기계를 잘 보세요. 블루글림이 있는 지점이면은 지금 보시는 바와 같이 스크래퍼가 동결이 돼서 이렇게 파란색으로 수정이 이렇게 돋아나 있는 그 지점입니다. 블루글림이 생겨난 지점이. 그렇기 때문에 만약에 블루글림을 찾기가 어렵다 그러면은 동결돼서 파란색 수정이 돋아난 스크래퍼 시신을 찾는 게 또 하나의 팁입니다. 와우! 스쿠터다! 아이씨. 돌아가야 되겠네요. 스쿠터 잡을 수는 있지만 귀찮아서. 잡는 게 귀찮아서. 돌아가겠습니다. 재료를 파밍하시려면은 잡으셔도 되고요. 굳이 필요가 없다 그러면은 그냥 이렇게 돌아가시는 방법도 하나의 팁이 되겠죠. 이쪽 지점에 여기에 있는 요 두 개는 주변에 기계들이 배회를 하고 있기 때문에 항상 조심하시기 바랍니다. 여기에 있어요. 블루글님이 보이시죠? 기계들 사이에 있는 거. 이럴 때는 그냥 기계들을 처치하고 가시는 거를 추천드립니다. 이거는 제가 재밌는 걸 보여드릴게요. 지네들끼리 싸우는 장면을 보실 수가 있습니다. 힘 안 들이고 적을 처치하는 방법. 그리고 오염이 떨어질 때쯤 되면은 한 번씩 쏴줘서 다시 한번 일깨워 주는 거. 와우. 스코쳐다 피해라. 우와씨. 피해갈라 그랬더니만
Okay, Aloy, now what?
아씨 어디까지 온 거야? 아씨 저기 있네. 자, 그리고 얘는 비교적 쉬운 데에 있긴 하지만 주변에 그 소우투스라든지 그런 애들이 배회를 할 수가 있기 때문에 항상 조심하시는 걸 추천드립니다. 어차. 요 폐허, 움막 폐허 위쪽에
This blue gleam will make some shaman happy.
아우, 저쪽까지 뛰어가야 되네. 자, 여기서 여기 벙커 지하 지하 드론 경납고에서 기준으로 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기 블루글림 자, 아이 잠깐만 엉뚱한 데서 찾고 있었네. 오, 자.
So much for being careful.
자, 여기 지하 드론 경납고에서 이 가까운 소나무 기준으로 쭉 따라가다 보면은 흰 설원이 나오고 여기까지 올라오셔야 발견하실 수가 있습니다. 자, 얘네들은 여기까지 올라오시면은 여기 이제 그렇게 정상이 보이실 거예요. 요 사이로 넘어갈 수가 있거든요. 언덕으로. 자, 그러면 여기 산능선을 따라서 평평한 지점으로 가시면은 여기 사이에 있습니다. 우차. 먼저 2개 중에 하나.
Crystal sharp. Better watch my fingers.
나머지 하나는 요 뒤편 조금 올라가서 있어요. 자, 그럼 여기 이쪽도 블루 그림 마무리됐고요. 여기 이제 내려와서 자, 보셨죠? 여기 주변에 기계들이 버티고 있기 때문에 제거하고 가서 블루 그림을 채취하시면 됩니다. 아까 여기 갈림길에서 언덕배기 쪽, 그러니까 요거 위에 암벽 우측으로 돌아서 올라오시면 됩니다. 그러면은 여기 기계들 사이에 그 블루 그림이 있기 때문에 여기서 채취하시면 돼요. 자, 이쪽 지역은 위험 지역이기 때문에 빠르게 도피하도록 하겠습니다. 스코터랑 스크래퍼랑 이렇게 차저랑 그런 것들이 항상 배회를 하고 다니기 때문에 여기는 빠르게
Good hit.
오, 낭떠러지로. 자, 우선 요 지점에 하나, 둘, 세 개의 블루글림이 있습니다. 우선 첫 번째는 여기에 있고요. 두 번째는 여기 넘어. 세 번째는 요 아래로 여기 보시면은 레펠 구간이 있습니다. 요 레펠 타고 내려가면 있어요. 우선은 여기 올라가서 블루글림 하나 채취하고
Let's find this blue gleam a better home.
여기요. 그 다음에 얘. 그리고 마지막으로 얘.
Easier when I was a kid.
자, 여기 레펠 타고 내려오시면은 여기 길이 있어요. 길 따라서 가시다 보면은 좌측 편으로 이렇게 폭포수가 있고 이렇게 올라갈 수 있게 지점이 되어 있습니다. 요거 타고 올라가시면은 되거든요. 자, 여기 마지막 세 번째.
Blue gleam. Taking that.
자, 위치를 잘 봐두세요. 주변에 침엽수림이 둘러싸여 있고 평평하게 일종의 호숫가 이렇게 연못처럼 보이는 곳이 있고 그 바로 위에 블루그림이 형성이 되어 있습니다. 요 지점입니다. 여기로 가겠습니다. 5개의 블루글림이 있고요. 자, 얘는 어떻게 가느냐? 얘도 올라가다가 보면은 오른편에 이렇게 올라갈 수 있게 페인트 칠이 되어 있는 부분이 있습니다. 여기를 이제 타고 올라가시면은 자, 블루글님이 있는 지점이 나옵니다. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 요거 하나는 저짝 아래에 있고요. 우선 4개 먼저 채취하는 걸로 하겠습니다. 둘, 셋, 넷 하고 나면은 이제 4개가 다 사라져 있고 요거 하나만 지금 남아 있죠. 요 하나는 요거 레펠을 타고 내려가면은 여기 앞에 아래로 내려가다 보면은 요 밑에 냇가 쪽에 블루글림이 형성이 되어 있습니다. 마지막 5개. 이제 또 블루글림을 찾아 떠나는 하이에나처럼 자, 얘는 내려가는 길에 바로 붙어 있습니다. 자, 여기로 가시다 보면은 여기 살짝 구릉진 곳에 블루글림이 돼 있고요. 여기 3개, 하나, 둘, 셋. 얘는 여기 언덕배기에 있습니다. 언덕으로 올라오셔서 요 큰 바위를 기억하세요. 큰 바위 뒤편으로 쭉 언덕 정상에 올라가면은 바로 보입니다. 블루글램이 하나, 둘, 하나, 둘, 셋. 요거 하나, 둘, 3개. 자, 모닥불에서 요 짝, 여기가 모닥불이거든요. 모닥불 타고, 요 모닥불을 타고 요 길 따라서 내려오시다가 보면은 우측편으로, 좌측편으로 요렇게 길 따라 오시다가요, 여기 그 붉은색 숲 지점에서 좌측편으로 이제 쭉 능선으로 올라오시다가 보면은 있습니다. 불굴렘이. 얘도 능선 비스무리하게 있기 때문에 숲하고 같이 가려져 있어서 잘 찾아보셔야 돼요. 요 부분에 있고요.
Good amount of blue gleam leaked up this way.
자, 얘는 여기 보이시죠? 지금 그 전망대가 페어가 된 전망대가 있는데, 요 밑으로 돌아가면은 요 부분으로 들어갈 수가 있습니다. 밑에서 보면은 절벽 위에 있고요. 요렇게 길을 따라오시다가 보면은 여기 이제 그 전망대처럼 보이는 페어 지점이 있고요. 요 페어를 좌측으로 끼고 좌회전해서 들어오시면은 여기 이제 절벽 사이로 이제 올라오실 수가 있습니다. 그러면은 여기 능선을 넘어가다가 보면은 보여요. 블루글램이 거의 끝에 가 있어요. 이제 블루글림은 그 여기 두 군데만 지금 남아 있는 중이고요. 이제 여기도 마지막 찾으러 가도록 하고, 바로 이어서 동물 조각상 또 이제 수집하러 떠나도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이 두 개의 블루글림은 강 건너편에 있어요. 반대편에. 그렇기 때문에 여기 길 따라서 길 반대편으로 해가지고는 돌아가서 가시면 되는데, 여기 쭉 가시다가 보면은 여기 큰 바위가 있는 지점이 있는데, 이 바위 뒤편으로 보시면은 여기 이제 그렇게 공터가 나와요. 공터 쪽으로 가다 보면은 여기 나와요. 이렇게 하나, 둘, 마지막 블루글램입니다. 두 개. 자, 이것으로써 그 지도상에 표시되어 있는 모든 블루글림을 완료하신 겁니다. 자, 이제 두 번째로 동물 조각상 모으러 떠나도록 하겠습니다. 쭉 가다가 보면은 첫 번째 페어 말고 두 번째 페어에 보시면은 창가 쪽에 있습니다. 여기 말고 여기 페어가 두 개가 있거든요. 하나, 둘. 모닥불에서 올라가다가 북쪽으로 올라가다 보면은 페어가 두 개가 나옵니다. 그 중에서 두 번째 페어 창가 쪽에 있습니다. 정말 조각상이.
You look fierce for such a little thing.
자, 두 번째 조각상. 여기 댐 지역에서 모닥불 타고 길 건너가면은 이제 페어가 이제 나오는데, 여기에서 우측편으로 꺾어서 가면은 여기 페어 창가 쪽에 있어요. 가다 보면은 보라색으로 표시가 되어 있습니다. 자, 두 번째 조각상. 아이, 나가야 되네.
Figure of... must have been an ancient animal. Care to talk about these figurines of yours?
They're not really mine, but I've always got time to talk about them.
There you go, Enjuk. That should be the last of the figurines.
Blue light. I didn't know if I'd ever see the whole collection reunited. And look at them. They're beautiful. You've done a great thing, Aloy. These may represent the last record that any of these beasts ever lived. Take this. It's the least I can do. And come back anytime. I and our animal friends await your return.
That's all for now.
Until next time, then.
Ursus americanus, the magnificent American black bear. Brought to you by Montana Recreations.
How would you like to find yourself cornered by that thing?
I suspect I'd like it very much indeed. What a beautiful beast you were.
Puma concalor, the fearsome cougar. Brought to you by Montana Recreations.
Its coat is sand-colored. Could it have been a burrowing animal? Perhaps those teeth were only used for digging.
Bison, bison, bison. That's the actual Latin name of the regal American bison. Brought to you by Montana Recreations.
Latin? Perhaps that's some sort of old-world custom in which one repeats the name of a particularly revered animal.
Ursus arctos, the menacing grizzly bear. Brought to you by Montana Recreations.
Those claws look like they could rip someone in half.
Perhaps in its youth, but you heard Montana Recreations. He said it's grizzled, old. Its hunting days are behind it.
Odocoius virginianus, the majestic mule deer. Brought to you by Montana Recreations.
Not built like a predator, but perhaps it needed those horns to take down its prey in the absence of sharp fangs.
Canis lupus, the enigmatic gray wolf. Brought to you by Montana Recreations.
Could it be that these wolves and our foxes are the same somehow? Perhaps after hundreds of winters. No, that's ridiculous.
Alces alces, the noble moose. Brought to you by Montana Recreations.
The horns grow like trees. Of course, this moose used those bizarre growths to blend in with its forest home.
자, 이제 얼어붙은 야생 지역의 마지막 수집품 요소입니다. 안료 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 아이고.
Back to your business.
아이씨. 튀어.
Ouch. Sharp color. Sharp smell too. Think of summer sun. Breeze through the trees. don't. But it's a good color.
아, 아이씨. 아이씨. 아, 젠장. 레펠 타고 내려간다는 거를 삐끗해서 그냥 낭떠러를 떨어버려 버렸네, 젠장. 아이씨. 시계 오자마자 그냥 전빵을 날리고 있어. 야씨, 무슨
Right on target. sharp smell, too.
Crazy Oseram tried to kill our Sun King. The machine rider stopped him cold.
So, machines in the south. This morning's weave came out nice and vibrant.
When the old ones were fresh in their graves and our numbers were still small, it was she who led us through the
Quite a view you've got up here.
It's a useful perspective. How fleeting we are, and the world is so wide. From up here, you can see how the light paints across the land. Ever-changing. That's a lesson. All our marks will pass.
That outlook sounds a little depressing for a painter.
Haven't met many artists, have you? Song's Edge needs new stories. I scrubbed its past off this rock to start anew. But a new start needs new colors. Fresh pigments, like none have seen.
Have you always been a painter?
I've always painted. But I wasn't a painter until I was driven out of Banur. Up there, the markings are eternal. They paint over the same lines, the same colors, over and over. As a child, I learned from copying them. As I grew, my heart sank at the familiarity. All of us Banuk might as well be trapped in glacier ice. We have the look of life, but never really moving.
These pigments you want. Where should I look for them?
Salts gather at the edges of geysers and hot pools. Crystals cling to the rocks and cliffs.
The Banuk rock paintings are impressive, but,
You want to know what they mean. That's not the right question, but I'll answer anyway. Some are called to the machines. The sacred shapes you see on metal casings, or on a cauldron door.
Do the machines listen to the call?
I don't know. Others, like mine, are a call to the tribe. You could say inspiration or prophecy. And sometimes even men listen, if the painting is loud enough. Would you look at that, Nora girl? You've bought me all I need. Do you always travel with your pockets full of paint stuffs?
Honestly, Sakuli, I go around filling my pockets with most of everything.
Stop. I'm beginning to like you. I work alone, but come back around later, and I'll have something for you then.
That's me.
Maybe it's a machine rider who looks like you.
Where's she going?
You tell me. To ruins or mountains, through flood or thaw, past, future, destiny. But I don't think she's scared of any of it. You helped me. Inspired me. And the people of the cut. Let this be inspiration for you, wherever you may run.
Snowfall stopping. The scrapes.
There! I see something!
That does it. Time to take a look around the... They're inside, too. Frozen in ice in time. Operation Enduring Victory. What did that mean? Whatever it was, doesn't seem to have turned out very well.
Titan inbound, same play as Akron. Base defense locks it down. We engage, sever the limbs, blast out the fountains.
Another day in the life. Record time, really close. Anthem RB on point. Hoorah!
Are you getting this, Silence? Silence?
Say again, Lieutenant.
I got some. Titan is through the defenses. Still on approach. A live one. And he's pissed.
We got no mobility in here. It'll punch right through us.
We hold the hedge at all costs. Then push back out.
Looks like quite an enduring victory we put our foot in today.
Contact in 30 seconds.
Hey, think that's enough time for Sobek to finish Zero Dawn?
It's been an honor to serve beside these tanks.
Here it comes.
Brace for contact!
Silence, you getting this?
What is it?
All these soldiers. They died here.
People die all the time. Now keep going and find something interesting.
Must have been where the soldiers slept. What was this place?
Log. Third Battle of California Marine. The swarm came in from the Pacific, and I don't know if it was the local Minutemen or the crazy 15th, but they'd set the garbage patch alight. Man, the sea was on fire. That stuff was... The first wave of bots came in covered in burning sludge. They bought us an hour or two of slaughtering them on the beaches before the swarm recalculated. We pulled them inland, back through the Kalmar sprawl. Dropped buildings on them, EMP'd the grid. Standard operating procedure. The last time I was in California, I was 5, 6. The light was like that vintage social net filter that was everywhere in the 40s. Log. First battle of the eastern seaboard wall. Had a long run up to it. This was before Kalmar, and projections were a lot worse for the east. For 3 weeks, we kept getting scrambled out to some coastal burg to train Minutemen. It was always raining on account of Europe already being torched. Block after block of prefab barracks. They were still printing barracks right up until the hour the main force hit. The Minutemen? We ran combat drills with them in the streets where they'd lived, trying to pretend they might live to die somewhere else if they paid attention. Nothing worse than the ones who actually bought into it. Hopeful, pestering us with questions about Zero Dawn like we know something they don't. I swear, the more we do this, the more like the bots we are. Except they learn from every fight. And us? I'm not so sure. Recalls, I've been instructed to remind you of Article 115 of base policy regarding unauthorized use of processor cycles. Specifically 115C, any holographic simulation not directly related to operational training or efficiency. Consider yourself reminded, and enjoy your gaming.
Thanks for the mails, you. Time goes fast on active duty. 4 months with the wreck and recalls, I don't know, 20 drops. In and out of the West Coast, fighting with these civilian enlistees, scrappy guys and gals. Their training is basically, here's a DEW, when you see a bot, hit it. But somehow it's all coming together. Between us and the 6th MRB, we took down a horse at Lithium Beach. Pulled out before its buddies arrived, but to see a big one go down, I hope you made the news, honey. Showed everyone we're gonna have a shot at turning this around. We just need to give Project Zero Dawn the time it needs, and everything will be the way it used to be. I know it's been days, honey. I'm so sorry. Deployments are getting real long and tougher every time. The swarm's getting better at predicting us. Less of us now, and we have to put in 10 times the work for everyone gone. Like a family business on hard times, only this isn't my family. It's not with you. I still try to see you, the life we had, in the eyes of the people out there. I remember when they were glad to see us, when they still had hope. It all seems to be slipping away. I don't even recognize the places we're defending. The only thing I know I'm still fighting for is you. The Zero Dawn to turn this around? Whatever the hell that is.
The furnishings were metal. How'd they ever get comfortable? It was the metal world. Guess they were used to it. Just one bed. Maybe their war chief's room. Red light. Guess that means no power.
No. 아이씨, 미치겠네.
Interface. There must be some kind of... Oh, that's informative. Three power lines, 3 sources. That makes 1.
Y'all wanted to know how I remember the geotherm system reboot? Goes like this. Bird flies north in summer, east in spring, west in fall, and south in winter. Didn't expect to hear nature poetry from the lips of Mike the GT Tech now, did you? As usual, I defy expectations. Hey, y'all wanted to know how I remember the geotherm system reboot? Goes like this. Bird flies north in summer, east in spring, west in fall, and south in winter. Didn't expect to hear nature poetry from the lips of Mike the GT Tech now, did you? As usual, I defy expectations.
That's 2. 1 more.
아, 한 군데 더 있구나. 아이씨.
Sounds like that
did it. Tools being used, and voices. More clips. Must be another way in. Another power cell. I only need one more to get to that ancient armor I found.
Yeah!
We're in.
Them, all right. They're not looking for answers, just weapons.
That? It's a map.
A map of what?
Our world. Planet Earth, Aloy. It's not flat like you thought.
Why would I think that? During eclipses, the shadow cast on the moon is curved. So our world is a globe. And it looks like this, from a distance.
We'll discuss this another time. Back to the matter at hand.
The Faro robots were spreading across the world, eating everything up. Somehow, Elizabeth stopped them before it was too late. But how?
Thanks for the mails, you. Time goes fast on active duty. 4 months with the wreck and recalls, fighting with these civilian enlistees, scrappy guys and gals. That's all coming together. Between us and the 6th MRB, we took down a horse. I hope you made the news, honey. Showed everyone we're turning this around. We just need to give Project Zero Dawn the time it needs. I know it's been days, honey. I'm so sorry. Deployments are getting real long. We have to put in for work for everyone. Like a family business. I still see you in the eyes of the people out there. They were glad to see us. They still had hope. I'm still fighting for you.
Status report. 9th Mechanized Response Brigade, Commanding Officer Lieutenant Fiona Morrell. Unit morale continues to be adversely impacted by outbound engagements against the Pharaoh Plague, especially when said engagements occur in sectors where civilian guard enlistees have been heavily engaged. The scope and nature of fatalities suffered by civilian guard and unarmed civilians in these sectors defy description. And witnessing it is generating a pervasive sense of hopelessness in the unit. Accordingly, I once again request that deployments of the 9th MRB be temporarily refocused on facilities that are mission critical to Project Zero Dawn. And once again, I request an immediate update on the status of Project Zero Dawn's timeline.
Ames, I know I mail you too much. I'm just proud of what you're doing. Everyone back home is. We got moved inland 10 kilometers, just as a precaution, they say. School's still in session, so I get to keep my eye on Andreas and Reggie. We never know where or when you're fighting, but when the VTOLs go over, all the kids run out and wave. I believe in you. I know nothing's ever gonna be the same, but I believe in you. I believe in us. Ames, I don't even know if you're alive anymore. The mails I get from you, they say they're from you, but they don't sound... They sound recycled. Phrases put together, and you don't say anything about the news I pass on. The containment zone, the rebreathers, the rioting, One Earth. What happened in the Dallas bubble, Ames, that wasn't the robots. They won't even give me a straight answer when I demand to know if you're still alive. They just say if your messages keep coming, then you're still operational. It's not fair, Ames. It's not fair that you won't be with me when the lights go out. I love you.
That's so sad. The Eclipse. Tampering with the Metal Devil. They don't think they can wake it, do they?
Watch out!
And this one can move. Of those all at once.
Thank you, Dr. Sobek. You can take a seat.
What? You're going to thank her after what she just said?
Dr. Sobek has made the situation very clear, General, and given us an option. We should all be thanking her.
Oh, it's just... I mean, my God.
Maybe take this discussion offline.
There's not going to be any discussion. You saw the numbers. Now, Pharaoh, he'll foot the bill, but his money can't buy the time necessary to complete Zero Dawn. That can only be paid for in blood.
Oh, come on. If we upgrade our fleet, crack the code somehow...
Were you not listening? Robots can't do the fighting for you this time. When it comes to hacking, this rogue swarm is an apex predator. Anything automated you throw at it, they will hijack and take over.
But this? We'd be throwing civilians into a meat grinder.
Commanders, the enemy we're facing self-replicates faster than we can kill it. And it eats biomass as fuel. Zero Dawn is all we've got.
So we put a railgun in the hand of every civilian strong enough to carry one, show them where the trigger is, and point them to the front? How the hell do we sell that?
By giving them something to fight for. Zero Dawn. The top-secret super-weapons program that will save us. So long as humanity holds off the swarm long enough for Dr. Sobek and her team to finish it. The file I'm sending contains the war plan for Operation Enduring Victory.
War plan? This is a war crime.
It may be ugly, but it's something. Consider the alternative. Dr. Sobek, I've secured use of a decommissioned orbital launch base outside Bryce, Utah as the Zero Dawn staging area. Plenty of space there. When can you get started?
I've already mailed you a list of alpha and beta candidates. Most are foreign nationals or subjects of corporate holdings, so extracting them...
Leave that to me. You'll get your dream team. Count on it.
Then I'll be off.
Orbital launch base. What is that? What did these people do? What did Elizabeth do?
Dr. Sobek, as projected, the Wichita salient has collapsed. 5 Horus-class Titans have broken through. We predict contact in 34 hours.
Everything is in position, General. It took a few shortcuts to pull everything together, but Zero Dawn is functionally complete. Good to go.
That enduring victory served its purpose after all.
Yes, if we'd had even one day less.
I've sent you an encoded file, Doctor. Please do me the favor of archiving it.
I'll see what I can do. What is it?
A brief statement. An allocution of crimes, I guess you'd call it.
To what are you admitting guilt?
Over the past 16 months, Doctor, I have presided over the greatest wholesale slaughter of military personnel and civilians in the history of... history. Genghis Khan, Hitler, Stalin, Sorabella. Add them all together. They don't even come close.
You didn't do the killing, General.
No, not directly. But I didn't wind up the highest-ranked military commander in the United States by resisting the automation of the armed forces. Even before the swarm, Doctor, I was helping death along. So, instead of letting what I've done sink into the murk, forgotten, I sent a file with all the details. Let posterity judge my actions with clear vision.
I'll do as you ask, General. But you should consider that were it not for your actions, our actions, there wouldn't be any posterity to judge us.
Perhaps. Dr. Sobek.
At ease, General. And goodbye.
Hell of a thing.
Glad to be rid of that place. Now I just need to find the orbital launch base they talked about.
I've checked my data and located the base. That's the good news.
And the bad?
It's directly underneath the Citadel. The palace at Sunfall.
The capital of the Shadow Carja. Not exactly convenient.
The palace is crawling with Eclipse agents. Many in positions of authority, all of them wearing focuses. The moment they see you, Hades will too. He'll issue another kill order, and this time, the entire Shadow Carja military will be after you.
So, disable their focuses. You've done it before.
It's not that simple. Too many focuses in one place, each of them communicating with each other and back to Hades, a whole network of them.
Network? What's that?
Imagine a vast, invisible web stretched across the land from end to end, connecting focuses together, allowing them to communicate over vast distances instantaneously.
All right, so is there some way to cut the web down?
Crash the network. Audacious. Yes, there is a way. A weak point in the network.
Point the way.
I'll send the location data to your focus. Head there, and I'll be in touch when you're close with more directions.
What was Zero Dawn? What sort of super weapon did Elizabeth make? She stopped the machines. Not before the world she knew, her civilization, ended. Let's hope it won't come to that again.
Titan inbound, same play as Akron. Base defense locks it down. We engage, sever the limbs, blast out the founders.
Another day in the life. Record time, recalls. Anthem might be on point. Hoorah!
Lieutenant?
It got through. Titan is through the defenses. Still an approach. Ah, crap. A live one. And he's pissed.
We've got no mobility in here. It'll punch right through us.
We hold the hedge at all costs. Then push back out.
Looks like quite an enduring victory we put our foot in today.
Contact in 30 seconds.
Hey, think that's enough time for Sobek to finish Zero Dawn?
If this is really it, I gotta say, it's been an honor to serve beside these tanks.
Here it comes.
Grease for contact! Recalls, I've been instructed to remind you of Article 115 of base policy regarding unauthorized use of processor cycles. Specifically 115C. Any holographic simulation not directly related to operational training or efficiency. Consider yourself reminded and enjoy your gaming.
Log. Third Battle of California Marine. The swarm came in from the Pacific, and I don't know if it was the local Minutemen or the crazy 15th, but they'd set the garbage patch alight. Man, the sea was on fire. That stuff was... The first wave of bots came in covered in burning sludge. It bought us an hour or two of slaughtering them on the beaches before the swarm recalculated. We pulled them inland, back through the Kalmar sprawl. Dropped buildings on them, EMP'd the grid. Standard operating procedure. The last time I was in California, I was 5, 6? The light was like that vintage social net filter that was everywhere in the 40s. Log. First battle of the eastern seaboard wall. Had a long run up to it. This was before Kalmar, and projections were a lot worse for the east. For 3 weeks, we kept getting scrambled out to some coastal burg to train Minutemen. It was always raining on account of Europe already being torched. Block after block of prefab barracks. They were still printing barracks right up until the hour the main force hit. The Minutemen? We ran combat drills with them in the streets where they'd lived, trying to pretend they might live to die somewhere else if they paid attention. Nothing worse than the ones who actually bought into it. Hopeful, pestering us with questions about Zero Dawn like we know something they don't. I swear, the more we do this, the more like the bots we are. Except they learn from every fight. And us? I'm not so sure.
Thanks for the mails, you. Time goes fast on active duty. 4 months with the wreck and recalls, I don't know, 20 drops. In and out of the West Coast, fighting with these civilian enlistees, scrappy guys and gals. Their training is basically, here's a DEW, when you see a bot, hit it. But somehow it's all coming together. Between us and the 6th MRB, we took down a horse at Lithium Beach. Pulled out before its buddies arrived, but to see a big one go down. I hope you made the news, honey. Showed everyone we're gonna have a shot at turning this around. We just need to give Project Zero Dawn the time it needs, that everything will be the way it used to be. Thanks for the mails, you. Time goes fast on active duty. 4 months with the wreck and recalls, fighting with these civilian enlistees, scrappy guys and gals. That's all coming together. Between us and the 6th MRB, we took down a horse. I hope you made the news, honey. Showed everyone we're turning this around. We just need to give Project Zero Dawn the time it needs. I know it's been days, honey. I'm so sorry. Deployments are getting real long and tougher every time. The swarm's getting better at predicting us. Less of us now. And we have to put in 10 times the work for everyone gone. Like a family business on hard times, only... this isn't my family. It's not with you. I still try to see you. The life we had. In the eyes of the people out there. I remember when they were glad to see us. When they still had hope. It all seems to be slipping away. I don't even recognize the places we're defending. The only thing I know I'm still fighting for is... you. For Zero Dawn to turn this around? Whatever the hell that is. I know it's been days, honey. I'm so sorry. Deployments are getting real long. We have to put into work for everyone. Like a family business. I still see you in the eyes of the people out there. They were glad to see us. They still had hope. I'm still fighting for you.
Ames, I know I mail you too much. I'm just proud of what you're doing. Everyone back home is. We got moved inland 10 kilometers, just as a precaution, they say. School's still in session, so I get to keep my eye on Andreas and Reggie. We never know where or when you're fighting, but when the VTOLs go over, all the kids run out and wave. I believe in you. I know nothing's ever gonna be the same, But I believe in you. I believe in us. Ames, I don't even know if you're alive anymore. The mails I get from you, they say they're from you, but they don't sound... They sound recycled. Phrases put together, and you don't say anything about the news I pass on. The containment zone, the rebreathers, the rioting, One Earth. What happened in the Dallas bubble, Ames, that wasn't the robots. They won't even give me a straight answer when I demand to know if you're still alive. They just say if your messages keep coming, then you're still operational. It's not fair, Ames. It's not fair that you won't be with me when the lights go out. I love you.
That's so sad.
Status report. 9th Mechanized Response Brigade, Commanding Officer Lieutenant Fiona Morrell. Unit morale continues to be adversely impacted by outbound engagements against the Pharaoh Plague, especially when said engagements occur in sectors where civilian guard enlistees have been heavily engaged. The scope and nature of fatalities suffered by civilian guard and unarmed civilians in these sectors defy description. And witnessing it is generating a pervasive sense of hopelessness in the unit. Accordingly, I once again request that deployments of the 9th MRB be temporarily refocused on facilities that are mission critical to Project Zero Dawn. And once again, I request an immediate update on the status of Project Zero Dawn's timeline.
Hey, y'all wanted to know how I remember the geotherm system reboot? Goes like this. Bird flies north in summer, east in spring, west in fall, and south in winter. Didn't expect to hear nature poetry from the lips of Mike the GT Tech now, did you? As usual, I defy expectations.
Dr. Sobek, as projected, the Wichita salient has collapsed. 5 Horus-class Titans have broken through. We predict contact in 34 hours.
Everything is in position, General. It took a few shortcuts to pull everything together, but Zero Dawn is functionally complete. Good to go.
That enduring victory served its purpose after all.
Yes, if we'd had even one day less.
I've sent you an encoded file, Doctor. Please do me the favor of archiving it.
I'll see what I can do. What is it?
A brief statement. An allocution of crimes, I guess you'd call it.
To what are you admitting guilt?
Over the past 16 months, Doctor, I have presided over the greatest wholesale slaughter of military personnel and civilians in the history of history. Genghis Khan, Hitler, Stalin, Sorabella. Add them all together. They don't even come close.
You didn't do the killing, General.
No, not directly. But I didn't wind up the highest-ranked military commander in the United States by resisting the automation of the armed forces. Even before the swarm, Doctor, I was helping death along. So, instead of letting what I've done sink into the murk, forgotten, I've sent a file with all the details. Let posterity judge my actions with clear vision.
I'll do as you ask, General. But you should consider that were it not for your actions, our actions, there wouldn't be any posterity to judge us.
Perhaps. Dr. Sobek?
At ease, General. And goodbye.
Hell of a thing.
am I gonna get down from here? Oh, this should be quite the ride. I'd do that again, if it weren't so much work to get back up there. Are you looking for something?
Can't see hide nor hair of my friends. They went after a herd of behemoths, and now they're overdue.
Only seasoned hunters go after machines like that. Can't they handle themselves?
It's not them I'm worried about. We need special cables from those behemoths to keep our cannons firing. If they miss the herd, Petra will hand me my hide. I never should have agreed to that trade.
What trade did you agree to?
Petra assigned me and Baladja the task of getting cables from that herd. But Jorgris and Baladja are meant for each other, like hammer and steel. They just don't realize it. So I agreed to trade duties with him to, hurry things along.
Didn't Baladja wonder why?
It was her idea. Now I'm worried it worked too well. If they're so busy snogging that they miss the herd, it'll be my skin on the line.
Where did you last see them?
Right here, before they left. Off they went, arguing the whole way.
What were they arguing about?
How best to follow the herd. Jorgris is good with a bow, but he could get lost in his own home. What have I done?
Why not explain what happened to Petra?
If you want to tell Petra, be my guest. Maybe she'll blow her top at you and tire herself out before she gets to me. I would run off in search of them, but since Jorgris took my place, I have his spot on guard duty.
I can look for your friends. Where have they gone?
They were headed to the Arch, northwest of here, to watch for the herd. I hope they've found their way there. If we miss that herd, we won't be able to keep our cannons firing. I'll throw myself into this fire if I've risked our freedom.
Let's keep that as a last resort. I'll do what I can.
Stay busy, friend.
Always so pale. A few minutes at the forge, the heat'll put some color in your cheeks.
I don't need a forge for that. Rushing into the wilds should do it.
What's lit your fire this time?
I can handle it.
No doubt you can, but if it involves free heap, I need to hear about it.
You sent 2 hunters after a herd. They've gone missing.
Well, they couldn't have. Caleb could find a needle in a slag heap. Unless he didn't go. Careless, two-fisted smelter. What'd he do?
Traded places with Jorgris.
By fire and spit!
What are you gonna do about this trade?
Waste of Caleb's time and mine. Jogris and Baladia didn't need his push. They're bound together. Just like in the forge. You let the weight of the hammer do the work, not the arm. Never figured Caleb for a tender sort.
You're not angry?
Oh, I'll make him sweat it. But one thing I've learned, some things will happen no matter what you do.
Why did you need behemoth cables from that herd?
Those cables make the best fuses for our cannons. Even so, they wear out fast and we always need more. Our guns keep us strong and free. Without them, we're easy scrap for bandits and machines.
You could trade for them.
Some supplies we need to get on our own, or we're dependent on others. That's a burden we won't bear.
But you asked me for help.
Some burdens are welcome.
Why the urgency with this herd?
Once that herd hits the cauldron, it'll be out of our reach, and another won't come for a long while. We need those cables, and we've got to take them now. If you find those two, send them back in one piece. If you bring me behemoth cables while you're at it, I'd be beholden to you.
Careful. It could become a habit.
Got us this far.
You had us wandering for hours.
Two hunters arguing.
That's because I couldn't
Just what I'm looking
concentrate
for.
with you hammering on.
You kept asking me questions. When did I start smithing? Had I ever seen the elevator at Meridian? If Caleb had been here, we'd have... Someone's coming.
Are you Jogris and Baladia? Caleb sent me to look for you.
He did? Now Petra must know we lost the herd.
No, I lost it.
I don't care who lost it. Just, why don't I track it down for you?
I couldn't let you do that. It was my responsibility, not yours or his.
We saw 3 behemoths and some shell walkers in the herd. It won't be easy alone.
All right. Where did you last see the herd?
Up on that ridge. We'll follow you.
Wait! Take these arrows for the hunt.
Thank you. Let's go.
See, she knows where she's going.
If it's so
Found some
easy,
tracks.
why didn't you do
This
it?
way.
Why aren't you asking her 1,000 questions?
Why would I?
Oh, so you only question what I'm doing. Lucky me.
Can we focus on the hunt?
Did you give her fire arrows or the regulars? I thought you preferred...
By fire and spit, Jerkry! Stop asking questions!
I'm about to spit fire! He asks questions because he likes you. He lost the herd to spend more time with you. And Jagrees is here instead of Caliph because you wanted to spend more time with him. Now let's get this herd!
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Get ready. They're scanning for me.
아유, 잘 싸웠네. 아주 자기네들끼리 그냥.
reprise. I didn't know. I thought you were questioning what I was doing.
We figured it out now. Baladia and I, how we're gonna be together.
I'm so happy. I can't stop smiling, but I feel pretty silly after all this. I'm usually much more direct.
Thanks for putting up with us. Could we take the cables back to Petra for you, or would you prefer to do it on your own?
You know, go ahead and take them to Petra.
Gladly. Our return trip should be much more enjoyable now. Thank you so much. And, don't wait up.
Dawn breaking. Every time's different.
Try to kill the sun. What reason do I saw you for anything?
My boss said he lost another caravan in the streets this week. About the religions. I get it.
Wasn't sure about the sunburn at first. It's growing on me.
Too much Ostrom influence in the palace. What's he thinking? Letting Derval live.
Blessed the day you came to Carja Lands. To kill the Sun King doesn't mean he's any less guilty. He should...
Able-bodied adventurers, Outlander, are you looking for... Wait, I know your face. You came back. How did we fare?
Expensively.
That's what I was afraid of.
The tame machines. It's hard to explain, but there was a kind of signal that calmed them. Your men got greedy, so it's gone now.
Gambling's a shoddy job, girl. I should have been a weapons dealer. That's steady work. Here, take it. The half I'd owed those hammer-handed chunks.
Half? I finished the job. And what was it you said? Enough to buy a more becoming garb?
What do you want? Carja silks? Ah, hoisted on my own purse strings. Get up. Just you and a reasonable share.
Aloy, you're very close now.
I was wondering when you'd speak up.
There's a sheer rock wall just ahead. Look close, and you'll find handholds leading up.
Oh, really? And who put those there, Right. Why would I expect an answer? It's so much more exciting to keep it all a mystery. Crash the Eclipse focus network, he said. So how are we gonna do that? Oh, wait. I forgot. We won't. I do all the dangerous stuff. You just listen in. They're the handholds, right where you'd said they'd be. Did you get that, Silence? No? Fitting name you got there. All right. What now?
You wait, that's what. Take a seat at the campfire and rest. When night falls, we'll talk.
At least I'll have a fire to keep me company. It's a long way to come just... How nice of you to finally drop by.
Our purpose this night is to crash the focus network.
Yeah, tell me the part I don't know. How?
For starters, you'll need to infiltrate the Eclipse's main base.
What?
That's right. Fortunately for you, I brought you around to the back way. It's right through that crevice. Once you reach the base, you'll see the objective. A derelict tallneck that's been extensively modified. Climb the tallneck. Grafted into the top of its disk, you'll find a module of sorts. Destroy that, and the focus network will crash.
So you were part of the Eclipse?
I've never been part of anything. I serve my own interests, always. But it is the case that I assisted the Eclipse before I sensed the threat they might become. It was a mistake that I'm doing what I can to correct.
What sort of assistance did you give them?
Head through that crevice, Aloy. You have more important things to do than ask questions.
Let's see what's through here. Corrupted machines. Guards.
Held in reserve for a war yet to come. You'll have to get past them.
This is the easy way in?
The back way in. I didn't say it'd be easy.
Here we go again. Explosions in the distance.
Pay that no mind. Doesn't concern you. getting close now. Head for that ridge. The tall neck's just over this ridge. You'll see it when you reach the top. Now be ready to act fast. You need to get in and get it done before they raise an alarm.
You getting this? I see the legs of a tall neck down there, but no tall neck.
Damn. The transmitter's been moved. Check down the ravine to the left. Only place it could be.
So much for your insider knowledge. Toward the explosions. Great.
You got exactly one shot at this, Aloy, so spare the sarcasm and make it count. You see that bridge over the ravine?
Yep.
Memorize its location. There's a rappel point on the side. That'll be your way out.
And these Eclipse troopers?
Avoid them, or kill with your choice. The blasting should cover any noise you make. Find the tall neck and destroy the module on top.
Here we go.
I do not understand what the shadow needs from the tall neck. It helps the priests see the unseen. Company. Someone down over here. Doesn't look good. She's coming for us! Don't lose her!
Is there fighting up ahead?
No. It's a mining operation. So long as you're quick, it won't affect you.
Good, another secret. That shelter. It's bigger than the others.
Find the tall neck, Aloy. There's no time to poke around.
Is there a weak time? There's only one man big enough to wear this. Helis. This is his shelter. Not exactly fancy.
What did you expect of a fanatic? His only extravagance is his brutality.
So you know him.
Just enough to want to stop him. Now how about finding that turtleneck?
Alert. Irregular data flow near. Security may be compromised. Alert. Irregular transmission source detected.
I see it. They've built some kind of structure around it.
Climb it. The sooner this is done, the better.
I don't like this. It feels wrong.
Everything here is wrong. Just get to the module and destroy it.
I see the module.
Good. Now be quick.
This is Hades?
Aloy, this is not the time.
It's a metal devil.
Open the module's casing, now. Aloy, do as I say or all is lost.
Entity has come here. Entity miscalculated. Entity cannot destroy me. I am beyond its reach.
Maybe you are. But this isn't!
Destroy the entity.
Yeah, you think? What do you think I'm doing? Taking a nap? Got it. Almost out of it.
The whole base is on high alert. Keep moving or you'll die. More eclipse ahead.
Bridge in sight.
That's the way out.
I know.
Right back. Damn you. rough going, but you survived.
You knew Hades was there and you sent me to him?
I won't deny I risked your life, but it was the only way. Now, with the focus network down, we can both get what we want. Access to the secrets of Zero Dawn.
I'm past trusting you with secrets.
Good. That means you're wising up. Trust is for fools. It shifts and crumbles like sand. A poor foundation for any partnership. But mutual self-interest, now that is a solid bedrock upon which you and I might build a new science of understanding. We both need answers, Aloy. And thanks to you, we're on the verge of grasping them. It's unfold. We'll speak again.
You miserable. Damn him. If I could toss this focus and be rid of you, Silence, I would. But we both know I need it.
자, 이 이후의 이야기는 금요일날 저녁에 제로던 마무리 짓고요. 아예 마무리 짓고 호라이즌 포비드 네스트로 넘어가는 걸로 하겠습니다.
Sunfall. The Mad King Duran's summer palace. A bulwark of cards your might against the howling Forbidden West.
Thanks for the history lesson.
But they have no idea what lies beneath. We will learn much from this, Aloy.
That's what I'm hoping.
자, 긴 시간 동안 시청해 주셔서 감사합니다. 금요일 저녁 7시 뵙는 걸로 하겠습니다.